All right. Let's get in here. Make sure this is all good. Why is this private? All right. Let's see how this sounds. Should be good. Let's see how this sounds. All right. Sounds good. Day 2 of the draft. Starts in a couple minutes here. We've got quite a few guys available on the board. Niners are first up. Seahawks aren't picking in a while. But looking at my board, top guys up, we have D'Angelo Pons. You know how I actually can sort it is if I sort it by empty. Then we could see. Oh, maybe not. I thought that would work. Interesting. So I guess maybe if we just do blanks, that might be it. There we go. All right. So top of my board we have D'Angelo Pons, Emmanuel McNeil-Warren, Jermod McCoy, T.J. Parker, Cisse, Caden McDonald, Pregnon, Terrell, Derek Moore, Jacob Rodriguez, Colton Hood, Jennings Dunker, Traden Stukes, Darrell Jackson Jr. A bit high. I think he still needs to move down a little bit on my board. Torian York, which I think he's probably a day 3 pick. I don't think he's going to go this high. C.J. Allen, Chris Bell, Denzel Boston, Danny Dennis Sutton. Lots of guys here available that I really like. So we are 1 minute away from round 2 starting. There are a couple guys, if the Niners get here, that I'm going to be pretty upset. EMW is going to be one of them. Jermod McCoy, one of them as well. TJ Parker would be incredible value here for San Fran. I'm hoping that's not the pick. I'm hoping it looks like they might try to trade back again, but I'm hoping they go with receiver like Denzel Boston would be ideal, I think, for me. I really don't want the Niners to get a player I really like, because then I have to. Oh, Ian Rappaport says the Niners are likely to pick rather than trade. Yep. So it looks like the Niners are going to pick here, according to both Ian Rappaport and Jordan Schultz. Adam Schefter says it now. They're planning to stick and a pick. They're not trading out of this pick. So I wonder who they're going to select here. They are on the clock. It is officially 7 Eastern. Niners are on the cock. Jesus. Not necessarily a lie. But Niners on the clock. Sup, Alf? I'd be in the Discord, but you're on the phone with your girlfriend. Yeah. Hopefully the Niners cook up something disgusting. They are on the clock, and they will be making a pick. So, I mean, looking at the Niners, I feel like, imagine they go tackle here. How funny would that be? if they just grab like Caleb Tiernan here at 33. I feel like edge and receiver has to be the pick. Maybe Emmanuel McNeil-Warren could be a really nice pick here as well for them. But TJ Parker here would hurt me a lot. He's such good value. I love him as a player. And that would suck. That would really suck. Him and Michael Williams, I love both of them in terms of upside. That would suck. Yeah, I guess, Denzel Boston I'd be fine with. I wouldn't be upset with that. Hopefully they can go with Denzel Boston. ESPN somehow there hasn't been a single pick made yet, and ESPN is still behind. So that's fun. But honestly, Pregnon could be a really nice pick here for the Niners. That would also be one that I would be pretty bummed about. Like, because I think who's their left tackle now? Connor Colby or Robert Jones, I think maybe. So getting a left guard, that would kind of complete their offensive line, and then they just need a left tackle for the future. So, yeah, that would hurt. That would hurt if they got Pregnon. Kayvon Tibbs posted on Instagram. He's saying his goodbyes. Wow. So Kayvon Thibodeau, probably gone, it sounds like. I hope they go with like Cassius Howell, or Chase Besantis. I'm not a big Besantis guy. I'm pretty low on him, so Besantis would be fun for the Niners here. For me, same with Cassius Howell. I feel like it's going to be a couple more minutes before we get this pick in. All right. 6.5 minutes left on the clock for San Fran. Caden McDonald here would suck as well. Caden McDonald. Imagine they get Caden McDonald. I know they just drafted Alfred Collins and they traded for Osa Odigizua, but like, Alfred Collins was kind of whatever. Same with CJ West. You add Caden McDonald to this defensive interior, that's deadly. That is deadly. So I wonder what it seems like the Saints are going to be the leading candidate to get Kayvon Thibodeau in a trade. I wonder what their offer was. It better not be a day. It better not be a day 2 pick. I saw someone said Zion Young here. Zion Young might be the pick. That wouldn't be a bad pick for the Niners. I wouldn't hate that. That would actually be a pretty damn good pick. They got Bosa and Michael Williams. Yeah, they have Keon White. He's okay, but then after that, they got really nobody. Zion Young would be a nice guy to set the edge. I'm still not seeing that a pick is in here. I mean, the Saints might be pushing to win the division here. So, getting Kayvon Thibodeaux, I mean, I like that. Let's take a look at the Saints team here. I mean, they have a really, really nice offense now with Tyler Shough at the helm. We got Tyler Shough as QB, and Spencer Rattler is one of the best backups, maybe the best backup quarterback in the NFL. He was really, really good last year. And then they've got Travis Etienne and Alvin Kamara. They have Olave, Jordan Tyson. They need to draft another wide receiver or two. They have Trey Palmer, Kevin Austin Jr., Jalen Polk. No one great. Bub Means, I guess. Juwan Johnson, Noah Fant at tight end. That's not terrible. That's pretty good. Kind of pure receiving guys. Kelvin Banks at left tackle. Eric McCoy at center. Tali Fuanga at right tackle. Those are their cornerstones there. Cesar Ruiz still at right guard, which he's someone you could win with. And David Edwards at left guard isn't horrendous. You'd like to upgrade that a little bit, but it works. And then their defense looks pretty good. Might need to upgrade in their secondary just a bit to add some safety depth. Maybe get a good nickel. But overall, I think the Saints have a really, really nice roster. '49ers are taking their sweet ass time as if they didn't have 16 hours to think about what this pick would be. Are we serious? They had 20 hours to think about this. My God. Their chat GPT probably froze, so that's why it's taking them so long to pick here. Maybe the app crashed. Pick is in for them. Pick is in for San Fran. So we got Niners first and then Cardinals next, which is fun. It's fun having division rivals pick because when the Seahawks aren't picking, that's kind of the next best thing, the most entertaining thing here. No way. Dude, the Niners are taking Dejon Stribling. Holy shit. The Niners are taking Dejon Stribling? What? There's no way. Holy shit. The Niners took Dejon Stribling at 33. Holy shit. Insane reach. Oh my God. Wow. Oh, that is tremendous. I am not high on Dejon Stribling. I'm lower than most. I will admit that. Stribling is pretty damn low for me. Where do I have him at? 183 on my board. Wow. So I do think it's safe to say, in terms of our first picks, the Seahawks kind of nailed that. Seahawks probably had the best pick. You could argue the Cardinals. That's absolutely a Chat GPT pick. That is insane. Wow. Dejon Stribling. I mean, at least they got a semi big body receiver, but like dribbling over Boston is absurd. That's what? What is going on? Let's see the available receivers here, shall we? Let's see this. So we got Chris Bell available, Denzel Boston, Brazel, Elijah Surratt, Skylar Bell, Jeremy Bernard. Like, I would have taken all these guys. I would have taken over Stribling, and then like once you get down to like Jacoby Lane, then for me it's arguable. But that is absurd. Wow. Stribling over Boston, you are right, Alf. He is a day 2 pick, and Stribling over Boston is insane. Teams really must have seen that gauntlet drill and they're like, all right, we're out. We're completely out on Boston. Because what? Pick is in for the Cardinals. It's Chase Bisontis. Oh, my God. Dude, our division rivals don't know what to do at all. Oh, my God. Chase Bisontis. Wow. That's a horrendous pick. I'm very low on Bisontis. That's a bad pick. Our division seriously does not know how to draft. So Cardinals go with Chase Bisontis here. That is a bad pick for me. I'm pretty low on him. I mean, where does he slot in for Arizona? Probably at left guard, I'd imagine. I'd imagine they put him at left guard, but no, because they signed Isaac Samalu to be their left guard. So I guess he goes to right guard and replaces Isaiah Adams. Man, that's crazy. Hey, I will say though, we could check this off here. This was a hit. 49ers first pick being a receiver, we hit on that. Wasn't one that I would have done. Let's see if the Bills take receiver, because that'll be another hit there. That would be nice. Hopefully Bills take Denzel Boston, and I'll hit on that. All right, Bills on the clock. Yeah, Chase Bisontis is not a good pick for me. For the Cardinals, Pregnon is on the board. Pregnon and Dunker on the board. You take Bisontis over Dunker to be your right guard. I guess maybe Samalu, maybe you develop Bisontis for a year before he takes over for Samalu, because I get it. Samalu is 32 years old. He'll be 33 by the time the season starts, I think. So I get it. I mean, Bills have a wide selection of defense here. They have Denzel Boston on the board. I'd imagine Denzel Boston. Maybe Chris Bell goes higher than Denzel Boston as well. But man, is there just going to be an Ole Miss wide receiver that gets overdrafted every year? I mean, Dejon Stribling here. Trey Harris last year. I'm still a Trey Harris hater. I absolutely I think he's I don't think he's worthy of really anything. Bills are taking T.J. Parker, is what I'm seeing here. Yep, Bills have taken T.J. Parker. That is a tremendous pick. Wow. Damn it. All right. Not that we would have gotten him. That is a fantastic pick for the Bills there. T.J. Parker, he's a very high floor player. He helps you day one. That is a great pick. This has got to be Caden to the Raiders, I think. Caden McDonald has to go off here. Parker is great for Buffalo. He's such a nice high floor player. Yeah, that fits. That fits. I think here, yeah, Raiders have to go with Caden McDonald here. That's where I'd go. Trade. Texans are trading up with the Raiders here. So Texans are trading here. Trading back 2 spots. I wonder, are the are the Texans going to get Caden McDonald at 36? That would be absurd. That would be an amazing pick. So let's put this here. So the Texans get pick 36 and pick, I believe it was 117. 117, and then the Raiders get a 3rd round pick in exchange. So good move up, I think, for the Texans. We're going to see who they go with here. It's got to be Caden McDonald. Did they take Pregnon? They already took Keelan Rutledge. Do they double dip at guard? I don't see them doing that. I think Caden McDonald has to be the pick. So let's check Texans pick here. Yeah, this is a home run draft. Like if they take McDonald here, that is dude, why is Creo pinging me? I'm not gonna fucking respond to you. Las Vegas Raiders there, and then the Bills get, not the Bills, the Texans get this one. All right. So it's Caden McDonald. So Texans jump the Giants and they get Caden McDonald. This is an A+ draft here. A+ draft for the Texans. Like, I don't care whatever else they do. This is an A+ draft. That is unbelievable. Wow. I mean, they get their guard of the future. They get the top nose tackle in the class in the 2nd. That is absurd value. Really, really nice draft for the Texans. And kind of like that takes all the stress away here. Like, they could kind of just breeze past through their other picks now and just go with whatever, go with value, do whatever. That's a tremendous pick. I wonder if the Giants go with Denzel Boston here. I mean, he's kind of... Yeah, I get it. It does depend on what they want with Ed Ingram. ESPN is putting Keelan Rutledge as their left guard, which is absurd. I don't see that as being a possibility. Doesn't make any sense. Giants go Denzel Boston, maybe. I think that's it. Maybe Avion Terrell could be nice. I wouldn't hate that. Tremont McCoy must be on one leg. Like he's I think he probably got his leg amputated and we didn't hear anything about it cuz man, I don't. So, we did it. I mean, we were told that there would be a run on defensive line and wide receiver to start day 2. We've got one wide receiver. We've got 2 defensive linemen off the board. And we heard that there would be a lot of trades. We've got 1 so far. But so far, I'd say Texans are in the lead for best draft. That's unbelievable. We'll see what it looks like when everything's all said and done, you know. Man, Caden McDonald to the Texans. We have to play the Texans this year as well, right? No, we don't. We just played them last year. So that's good. We don't have to play them. Giants are still on the clock here. They have not traded out. So they are going to pick. I mean, Giants got sniped, you know. I'd imagine they would have gone with Caden McDonald there. He was the Dexter Lawrence replacement, you know. He's the only one in this draft you could actually look at to be that. No one else has that upside, I don't think. So, Giants got sniped. I'm very excited to see the Saints just as a whole. I love their roster. So, I think it's either corner or receiver here for the Giants. I wonder maybe Cisse, but it would probably be Terrell. Avion Terrell would probably be the better fit there for them. Or Denzel Boston. Maybe Chris Bell is the guy. Denzel Boston could just remind them of another Jalen Hyatt, honestly. Giants are going with Colton Hood. Colton Hood to the Giants. Okay. So, Colton Hood is the first Tennessee defensive back off the board. I'm not mad at that. I didn't think he was going to fall to 64. That's a good pickup for the Giants. I would have gone with Cisse or McCoy. But, yeah, that's a good pick for them. I like Hood quite a bit. And he fills a big role there. Honestly, I think Hood probably starts year 1. Like, you have... I mean, well, they did sign Greg Newsome. You have Paulson Adebo on one side. You have Greg Newsome on the other. But, like, Deonte Banks isn't starting. I guess Hood could be your third corner. Franchise QB, top 10 wide receiver, top 10 pick at wide receiver, yeah. If their wide receivers stay healthy, like, imagine the games where both Olave and Jordan Tyson are healthy. I mean, that's going to be such a good offense. All right, Raiders are on the clock. Their pick is still there, and then we have the Browns after that. Did I really put Las Vegas Raiders via Las Vegas? Come on now. Lock in. Did I do that for the other one? I seriously put Vegas Raiders via Las Vegas. What the fuck? What am I doing here? All right. Vegas might get Denzel Boston. This might be an Elijah Surratt spot, honestly, if they want to reach and pair Mendoza up. You know what I'm going to do here, Alf? I'm going to join the. I just joined in the VC in the Discord. So I know you said you're on the phone, but I'll be in here. We got like at least 4 more hours of day 2, so if you do become available, I will be in here if you wanted to join. All right, Raiders. People are still talking about the trade. Come on now. What is going on? Someone literally just said that the Raiders moved back 2 spots to get a 3rd-round pick. That's not what happened. They moved from 117 to 91. How is that getting a 3rd-round pick? Are you stupid? What? This guy's an idiot. It's good value, but I think this has to be wide receiver here. Where does Boston go if he doesn't go to the Raiders? Like he's just on a free fall here at this point. And I don't know where he goes. There's so many good secondary players still on the board. And whatever team gets D'Angelo Pons, they're gonna be great. I mean, I feel like Steelers probably in the 2nd round. Like Steelers at 53, if D'Angelo Pons is there, I think they grab him. I don't think he makes it past 53. I think he's a Steelers pick. Raiders pick still is not in. They're still on the clock. Dejon Stribling is trending on Twitter because nobody knows who he is, which is hilarious. That is so funny. That's so funny. Could you imagine, like, a player goes top 35 and nobody knows who he is? Still don't have the Raiders pick. My God, people are still talking about the... Oh, Raiders took Trayden Stukes. Damn it. Damn it. That is such a good pick. Fuck. Okay. That is painful. All right. Cornerback, nickel, and safety. He can do it all. Damn it. That is unfortunately a really, really good pick. But it's okay because it's the Raiders. Yeah, we play them, but I'm rooting for the Raiders. Raiders might be my secondary team this year, honestly. So Browns are on the clock now. Man, Trayden Stukes is going to be great in that secondary. The Stribling pick feels just like the Pierce Hall pick. You are absolutely correct. I was like, when the Niners traded back a couple times, I was like, are they going to trade back a lot and take like maybe Skylar Bell or Jeremy Bernard, and that would feel a lot like the Pierce Hall pick. For me, they made an even worse pick, which is just hilarious. Browns on the clock, man. Trayden Stukes, that sucks. Trayden Stukes is one of my guys. If he fell to like mid-40s, I would have traded up for him. No problem. But adding him, you probably have him as your outside corner. I mean, you have Darian Porter and Eric Stokes there. He had some depth. You could add him. They do have Taron Johnson, so he's not going to be in the nickel. But you kind of have safeties all over the starting safeties here. You have Chin and Palomau. So I'd put him at outside corner opposite Darian Porter. That's what I'd do if I'm the Raiders. I think he could play on the boundary fine. Every corner that goes off the board is like one of John Schneider's Horcruxes being just destroyed. Yeah. Man, this sucks. Unless it's Avion Terrell. I don't think Avion Terrell is a fit for this team, but everyone else, like, yeah. Yep. Painful. Very painful here. Where do you think Genesis Smith goes? I really want him to go day 2 because that'll just be hilarious. I cannot stand this guy. I think he's absolutely horrendous. Browns. Do the Browns... Do they double dip at receiver? They got KC. Do they want to get a big bodied receiver and Denzel Boston? Double dip? Honestly, I feel like Chris Bell is more of a Browns pick than Denzel Boston. Browns are taking Denzel Boston. Okay. Denzel Boston, Washington receiver, goes to the Browns. So that, you know what, that's good. That's good. That also frees up KC. A lot as well. That frees up KC a lot. I like that. They got a really nice receiving core now. I mean, Jerry Jeudy, Denzel Boston, and KC Concepcion is really good. That's really fun. I like that. I like that. Kansas City Chiefs on the clock. So Mansour Delane is going to wear number 5. Peter Woods is wearing 99. That's fun. Does KC double dip at corner and go with Avion Terrell here? He's on the board. I mean, if I'm them, I go... Well, what do you do here if you're KC? I probably go... I mean, you could go receiver, you know? There's a bit of a run, so maybe you want to panic and take, like, Chris Bell here. They could do that, I think. I think you could double dip at corner. Avion Terrell and Jermon McCoy are here. You could also go with edge. There's some good edges on the board. Zion Young is still available. Derek Moore is still available. That's probably a route I'd go. Where does Emmanuel Pregnon go? He could go here to the Chiefs, honestly. I feel like Chiefs might just value BPA at this point, and he might be BPA on their board. Yeah, they have Kingsley Suamataia at... They moved him to left guard because they drafted Josh Simmons, but, man, I don't know. I think Pregnon would be an upgrade there. I do. Chiefs are taking R. Mason Thomas. Oh my God, the Chiefs took R. Mason Thomas at 40. How do you take R. Mason Thomas with Zion Young and Derek Moore on the board? What? I cannot believe that. R. Mason Thomas is quite low for me. Wow. Why is this not bold? This should be bold. Here we go. Oklahoma. So R. Mason Thomas off the board. That's good. I think, because I don't like R. Mason Thomas, so I'm happy with him being off the board. I'm not a fan of him. Bengals at 41. What do the Bengals go with here? This is their first. The Bengals' first pick is here at 41. We haven't had really many trades. People were saying there were going to be a lot of trades to start day 2, and that has not happened. So I wonder what's going on there. I'd like to go. I mean, if we're sticking and picking at 64, I'd like to trade back, depending on who's there. But if we can get a corner or an edge there that falls, or if Dunker falls there, those are the picks, and I'm not moving back. I'm sticking and picking. If like one of my top corners or edges falls, like Zion Young, Derek Moore, Danny Dennis Sutton, I'd take at 64 for sure. I'd stick and pick there. Or, you know, one of my corners, Dalen Everett, would be nice. Bengals take Cassius Howell. Okay. Bengals take Cassius Howell. He is off the board. Okay. Cassius Howell off the board. That's good. I didn't want him. I did not want him. Take the players that I don't want. This works out. I get it. Insane production, but like historically small arms. I need to like bold all of this because for some reason it's not bold. So let's go through and do that. Let's just do all of this here. Make sure it's bold. All right, this should be filtered in here. I'll just keep that like that for now. All right, let's move up. 42 here. 42. Saints are on the board. Where do the Saints go here? ESPN is just now getting the Chiefs pick, which is absurd. They're so behind. So behind. Man. I mean, Bengals D-line is good. Like, they have Shamar Stewart, Boye Mafe, and Cassius Howell at edge. You're kind of throwing a bunch of number 2 and 3 edges together and hoping they could be good enough. But they have Dexter Lawrence there. So, I like what they're doing for the most part. They overpaid Mafe, but it's all right. Because Cassius Howell at this point, I think it was good value just for his production. But I'm not a Howell guy because you can't really trust him to be a good edge in the NFL. We just have not seen that before. Connor Hughes said the Bengals are taking Cassius Howard, which is absolutely not the pick. Saints are drafting Kristen Miller. Okay. Saints are drafting Kristen Miller. That's another guy that I would not have wanted. Why did I put DT there? That's another guy that I would not have wanted there for Seattle. So I'm fine with that. But that is a good pick for them. Surprised they haven't gone edge yet. But there was kind of a run on edges there. Maybe one of them went right before. So now we have the Dolphins on the clock. It was rumored that the Dolphins were looking to trade up. So I wonder what they're looking at here. But that's a nice roster for New Orleans. Where do the Dolphins go here? They went with Chris Johnson and they went with Caden Proctor. I mean, wide receiver. You could go wide receiver here. There's not anyone great available. I mean, Chris Bell is, but I mean, I guess you could go. I mean, you could double dip at offensive line, but Austin Jackson, like honestly, they might move Caden Proctor into right guard just for a year until Austin Jackson leaves, and then like, what do you do at that point? Do you take Pregnon and just like say, Savia Nia, you're toast after 1 year? At this spot on the board, I would take Pregnon and just say, Savia Nia, you were terrible. You were so bad that we just need to replace you right now. That would actually be a nice pick for them. I wonder if Emmanuel McNeil-Warren could be the pick for them because they desperately need safety. Desperately need safety. They took EMW. Dolphins took EMW from what I'm seeing here. EMW to the Dolphins. Nope, maybe not. Saw a couple reports of EMW to the Dolphins. Not seeing it anymore. Not seeing it anywhere else either. So it might not be correct. Dolphins are still here. They have not traded the pick. ESPN is catching up. They're onto the Dolphins pick now as well. I feel like there are a couple of edges that would be nice for the Dolphins as well that I wouldn't hate too much. And you could get receiver later. It's a deep class, so I think you could wait. Dolphins are going to take a punter here. They moved back so that they could take a punter. Why is Creo trolling and saying Carson Beck to Miami? The Cowboys are trading for D. Winters. Okay. Cowboys are trading for D. Winters here. We need the full details. So that's something we're going to have to add on here. Pick is in for the Dolphins. So the Cowboys receive D. Winters. We don't know what the Niners have gotten yet. Dolphins go with Jacob Rodriguez. That is a great pick for the Dolphins. Wow. That is a great pick for the Dolphins, and Snacks is going to love it because he's white. Jacob Rodriguez, very, very nice pick there. Where's Rodriguez? 37 on my board. I like that pick. He is a cornerstone of your defense. That's nice. Jets are on the clock now. Wow, man, that's such a good... Dolphins are having a really nice draft. I like what they're doing because, I mean, they have Jordan Brooks and Tyrell Dotson. Jacob Rodriguez is your third. Like, he can come in. He's so good at just going out and getting turnovers. Lions have traded up with the Jets. So, Lions give up 50 and 128 for pick 44. All right, and then they got 49ers got a 5th rounder for D. Winters. Okay. And then 128 goes to the Jets here. All right. And then I'll just put 5th round pick here. We don't know if it's this year or a future year, and we don't know what 5th round pick it might be. So I wonder where the Lions go here. I'm assuming it might be defensive back, maybe Jermon McCoy. Fix the colors on this. They have to go DB, right? Like Avion Terrell, Jermon McCoy, one of them. Maybe Emmanuel McNeil Warren. Got to be secondary for sure, right? Let's see. I don't see it yet. Derek Moore. Derek Moore. Okay. Derek Moore to the Lions. That's a great pick. That is a phenomenal pick here. Wow. Lions got a dog. Oh my goodness. Like, they reached on Blake Miller. Honestly, if you swap this and go Derek Moore at 17 and Blake Miller at 44, I think this would be a better draft for them. Like, they get really, really nice value there. Great pick with Derek Moore, and that's unfortunate because I really like Derek Moore. I didn't think he was going to be there at 64. I thought maybe there was a chance he falls enough to where we could trade up for him. But Lions traded ahead of the Ravens. Baltimore's on the clock here. So ESPN is actually kind of like on time here today. Ravens they can't go defensive line or defensive interior. I mean, Caleb Proctor here, I wouldn't hate it, honestly. I wouldn't hate it. I still never went through my board because, like, I did after the draft last night. After round one, I made 2 videos. Then I went to bed, and then I woke up, went to work, came back, and then immediately started streaming. So I haven't had time to do anything. But I'll go through my board tonight or tomorrow morning early. Pick us in for the Ravens. Zion Young to Baltimore. All right. All right. Edges are flying off here. So, Seattle is not going to get a good edge here. All right, looks like Josiah Trotter is the pick here for the Bucks. Yep. Josiah Trotter here to the Buccaneers. Where's Josiah Trotter on my board? I have him low. But two Missouri guys go back to back. I don't know. Josiah Trotter is not the linebacker I would have taken here. But this draft feels like it's moving really fast. We're already an hour in, but I feel like it's flying by here. This is going to be the Colts' first pick here. ESPN still doesn't have the fucking Ravens pick. That's absurd. They're like they catch up and then they just fall way behind. Really, at this point, it's monitoring who goes to our division rivals, who can fall to the Seahawks. I'm hoping the Falcons go linebacker because that's another one of my bets. I guess I can bust this one out. Here, Bills picking a wide receiver with their first pick, eh? Because they took Mr. TJ Parker. I'm hoping Seattle is able to. I mean, if nobody great falls, I'm hoping Seattle's able to move back from 64. We're less than 20 picks away from Seattle picking. Colts are moving back. Okay. Colts are moving back. Colts are sending 47 and 249 for 53, 135, 237. So, all right. Steelers move up. who they move up for. So, Steelers with Colts. We've done this one before. So let's see the details. It's pick 47 and pick 249. And then the Colts get pick 53, pick 135, and pick 237. Okay. All right, and then 135 is also going to Indy here. So comp pick here. Let's trade these colors here. Colts, that's a good trade down for the Colts. They acquire an extra 4th round pick. Even if it's a late one, it's still a 4th round pick. I mean, did they see the run on receiver, or not receiver, on linebacker? So they're gonna trade up for Anthony Hill maybe. Jeremy Bernard, oh my God! The Steelers just traded up for Jeremy Bernard. That's a bad pick. So much for D'Angelo Pons, huh? What? All right. I don't like that. Trading up for that? Watch the Falcons get Avion Terrell. Dude, oh my goodness. Dude, the Falcons get Avion Terrell, pair him up with his brother. Oh, wow. That would be really good. Oh, that would be really, really good. Damn. So let's see. I wonder what. Maybe if the Cowboys only have 1 5th round pick. Let's see. They do have 1 5th, but we don't know if it's this year or not. Come on, Falcons, go with Anthony Hill. Let's check the D Winters trade, see if I can get anything here. Number 152. Okay, so that's it. Okay. So it is 152. So we will put that here. Hoping to find out who the Falcons can take here. So we'll put pick 152. So it's an early 5th rounder. That's a good trade for the Niners, I think. I'm not a fan of D. Winters. All right, who does this new Falcons regime go with their first draft pick? It's Avion Terrell. They did it. They took, oh my God, they took the brothers. That's awesome. That's awesome. Avion Terrell and AJ Terrell getting to play together. That's awesome. I love that. All right. Falcons got Avion Terrell at 48. Not 48. Yeah, 48. That's incredible. So that busted. All right. Wow. That's great. That's a phenomenal pick. Brothers playing together. That's fun. Injury concerns are very real with Jermon McCoy. Winning the Super Bowl has really put the kibosh on Trader John. He's got to be miserable watching all this action, not being able to participate. Yeah, I know. I'd imagine he tries to trade down a little bit later. Maybe we could move some of our players. Christian Haynes and Oluwatimi are probably the top guys that I would trade. Tyrese Knight could be a possibility with this run on linebackers going here. But, yeah. I'd really like to pick up an extra pick or two. Emmanuel McNeill-Warren is still on the board. EMW has to be the pick here for the Vikings. If they pass on him, then I don't know what's going on with EMW. Imagine they would go with Halsey over EMW. Did EMW murder someone? Why is he still here at 49? That's kind of ridiculous. I mean, even Wari fell last year, and we know that he was a top 10 player in the class. So, I don't know why EMW is falling so much. I mean, he's a top 10 player in the class for me. So this is really, really strange for him to be falling this far. Oh my God. The Vikings traded back. What? Oh my God. Panthers trade up. So nobody likes McNeill-Warren? I mean, the Panthers have to take McNeill-Warren here, right? What? Wonder what the trade details will be here. 51 and 159. And then Panthers get 49 and 196. All right. So Panthers with a little move up here. Let's see who they go with. EMW, right? I mean, they're trading ahead of the Jets, so I don't know. It's got to be EMW. All right, so 196 now belongs to the Panthers. Let's change that. And then what was it 158 or 159? It was 159 now belongs to the Vikings. All right. They took Lee Hunter. Oh my goodness. Nose tackle. That's not where I would have gone here. Okay. Interesting. You trade up for that. He's a good player. Yeah. I don't know. That's weird. That's a weird pick. I don't know if you needed to trade up for that. I don't. But, I mean, good trade for the Vikings. They move up a bit from the late 6th or mid to late 6th to the 5th. I really don't think you needed to move up for Lee Hunter. That's weird. That's a weird pick there. All right, Jets are on the clock. Pregnon is still on the board. How is Pregnon still here? Let's just go over the guys available here. Jermon McCoy, Emmanuel McNeill-Warren, D'Angelo Pons. Cisse is on the board. Pregnon is on the board. Oh my God. Dunker is on the board. I mean, players are falling. EMW, Pregnon, Cisse, and McCoy all on the board at 50. If one of them falls to 64, wow. That would be incredible. Jets might take D'Angelo Pons here, I feel like. D'Angelo Pons to the Jets here. feel like that would be a great, great pick to make. Yep, it's D'Angelo Pons to the Jets. My number 7 player in the class, unfortunately, goes to the New York Jets. Jets are having an unbelievable draft. D'Angelo Pons is a top 10 player in this class. Wow. That is tremendous. I'm bummed. I would have loved for Seattle to get Pons. Vikings are back on the clock here. Nobody is sold on EMW, I guess. Because Vikings would not have risked trading back if they were high on EMW. Let's see if the Vikings stick and pick. If EMW falls to the Eagles and they take him, I'm going to be so upset. If they get Makai Lemon and EMW, that would be really, really tragic. Man, imagine the Eagles get EMW at 54. That would be really tragic. Oh man, that would be really tragic. I'm happy Pons was a top 50 pick. He deserves it. He's a really, really good player. I mean, like size, like watch the tape. Size literally doesn't affect him. People drop him a lot because of his size, but look at him on tape, dude. You can't even tell he's that small. He doesn't let it affect his game at all. And if he was 2 inches taller, I think he's a top 10 pick for sure. This guy is elite at everything except being tall. Not seeing any movement here from the Vikings pick. Not seeing any movement at all. But EMW here at 51 would be a tremendous Harrison Smith successor. I'd rather the Vikings get him than Emmanuel McNeil, than Eagles get him. Emmanuel McNeil-Warren is just so good. Pick is in for the Vikings. Imagine they pick an edge here and just trade Grenard. Oh, it's Jake Golday. Jake Golday. And they passed on EMW. All right. Jake Golday goes off the board. He's at 63 on my board. It's good value. But, man, nobody wants Emmanuel McNeil-Warren. I mean, trade up for him, John, please. Please, please. All right, Packers are on the clock. They're due to make their first pick. And, I mean, Emmanuel McNeil-Warren could be the pick here as well, which would suck. But he is just best value here. I mean, they have Xavier McKinney, sure, but their other safety is Evan Williams. So you want to... I think their third safety is Katana Oladapo. And, like, I'm an Oladapo fan somewhat, but, like, you gotta change that up. You need EMW here. Evan Williams should be your third safety in that rotation. Packers are on the clock. Pick is in for the Packers. Pick is in for the Packers. I thought that the Packers might trade down. But the pick is in. Jermon McCoy would be a great pick here. I feel like this is a spot that Jermon McCoy might go. They need help on the boundary. Carrington Valentine is one of their starters on the outside, and their other is Keyshawn Nixon. They need boundary corners. Let's see if Goody fucks this one up. I feel like there's almost no way the Packers can fuck it up with who's on the board here. But we'll see if they do. They took Cisse. Wow. Okay. That's a tremendous pick. Oh, that's such good value. Oh, my God. All right. Cisse goes to the Packers. That is a really, really good pick, unfortunately. And then Colts are on the board. If EMW goes to the Eagles, I'm going to be so depressed. I feel like Colts have to take EMW here, right? Don't let him go to Philly, please. Like, obviously, I'd rather the Seahawks have him, but... Come on, Colts. Go EMW here. I really do not want Philly to get him. I'd like Keith Abney at 64. I think that'd be really nice. CJ Allen. CJ Allen to the Colts from what I'm seeing. Colts have not traded it as of yet. It looks like CJ Allen is the pick. I'm just waiting until I see it from one other person. Does EMW come with character issues? Not that I know of. I haven't heard anything on him. If he's falling like this, there must be something that NFL teams know that we don't know. I'm willing to trust GMs for the most part, but I mean his play on the field, his versatility, he should not be falling past 50, and he has. So I don't know what's going on. It's got to be something. He wouldn't fall for no reason, but I don't know anything about character concerns with him. Pick is in for the Colts. It is CJ Allen. That's what I thought. I saw it a couple minutes ago. Just wanted to wait. So, Colts take a Georgia Bulldog so that the Eagles can't. I like that pick. I like that pick for them. Now Eagles on the clock. I mean, oh my God, are they going Stowers? Stowers to the Eagles. Oh my God, the Eagles took Stowers. Wow. That's not the pick I would have made. That is definitely not the pick I would have made. That's a bit early for Eli Stowers. I like him, but I wouldn't have gone there. I think Sam Roush is better. All right. Patriots are trading up here. So the Patriots are going to be picking here. And then the Chargers move back to 63. All right. Let's go Patriots with Chargers. I mean, Patriots already moved up once, so Patriots got pick 55. This might be an overpay here. This might be an overpay from what I'm seeing here. Pick 63, pick 131, and pick 202. That's expensive. That's expensive to move up here for New England. I wonder who they move up for. It's got to be someone they really like. I mean, Patriots do have a lot of picks in this draft, so it doesn't affect them as much moving up. But, I mean, they're losing those picks. But I like that the Chargers are getting some extra because they didn't have a ton in this draft. All right. They traded up for Gabe Yakis. Okay. That's not where I would have gone. Because Danny Dennis Sutton is still on the board. I like him a bit better. But that's where they go. They trade up for Gabe Yakis or Gabe Jakis. I'm not sure exactly how to pronounce his last name. But now we got the Jaguars on the clock. So, board is falling very nicely. We are, 8 picks away from the Seahawks, and Emmanuel McNeill-Warren is on the board. Danny Dennis Sutton is on the board. AJ Halsey is on the board. We had a top 30 visit with him. Lots of good corners. Keith Abney, Igbinosun. We got Chris Bell is still here. Dunker is still on the board. McCoy is the top one. Wait, Pregnon is still on the board too. Who did Pregnon murder, man? Get Emmanuel Pregnon at 64. I'm ecstatic. If we can get Pregnon, Dunker, McCoy, Danny Dennis Sutton, and Emmanuel McNeill-Warren at 64, one of those guys, if we get him at 64, I'm going to be ecstatic. Because, I mean, they're falling. I feel like one of them is bound to be there. Why is Pregnon fallen so far? I mean, Besantis and Keelan Rutledge went ahead of him. And that's kind of absurd to me. Huh. Jaguars pick is not in yet. So Jaguars are finally on the clock for the first time this year. Let's see what route they go. I thought C.J. Allen could have been a good pick, but he didn't fall here. Do they go with running back? That would be crazy. I feel like Jadarian Price would have still been on the board here. Like maybe he probably would have gone to the Jaguars. Maybe they trade up for him, but I don't think we need to reach all that much on Price. He probably would have been there. Jermon McCoy here would be a great pick for the Jaguars. Pick 56. Oh my goodness. The Vikings are trading Jonathan Grenard to the Eagles. Okay. So we could have done that. We didn't. I don't know why. We definitely could have done that. So let's check this here. Eagles with Vikings. All right, Vikings will have. All right, so they got Jonathan Grenard. Man, the Eagles are looking good. And then they got a pick. It's pick 244. And then the Vikings get pick 98 and a 2027 third. All right. So 98 now belongs to the Vikings. They have 2 picks in a row now. And that makes it easy for me. I could just change it like this. Holy shit. The Jaguars are taking Nate Berkshire. Oh my God. The Jaguars are taking Nate Berkshire. Oh my God. I'm going to have to search him because, like, where is he? He's at 232 on my board. He goes to the Jags in the second. Oh my God. That is absurd. Nate Berkshire at 56. That's their first pick. That's a horrendous pick. Oh my God. Wow. That's their first pick too, and they go with that. All right, so 244 now belongs to the Eagles. Wow. That is upsetting. But I mean, it makes sure another good player fall. If I'm a Jaguars fan, I am livid. What? Sam Roush is on the board. Wow, that's worse. That's worse than Tip Ryman to the Cardinals. I mean, what? I cannot believe that. Sam Roush is on the board. Imagine the Bears get Bryant. Dude, if EMW goes to the Niners, I'm not going to be happy. Yeah, I think McCoy is the pick at 64 as well. We can have him sit for a year. I can't believe they went Burkhardt at 56. That is the biggest reach so far in the draft. Biggest reach so far. That is horrendous, man. Bears have not traded this pick. Wonder where they go here. I mean, EMW is on the board, like, but they already took Thieneman. Did they go with Thieneman and EMW? Bears are taking Logan Jones. Okay. That's a good pick. First center off the board is Logan Jones. All right. The Iowa guy. That's good value for me. Some people will probably say that's a bit high. Not for me. I think that's good. I think that's good value for him. All right. If the 49ers get Emmanuel McNeill-Warren, Niners are trading back. Oh my God, Browns are moving up. And then Niners are moving back to 70. Niners are all about moving back here. So it was 107 to San Fran, my God. And Browns got looks like 152 back. All right, so let me put this on here on the trade chart. All right, Niners are really acquiring a lot of picks here. I don't like it. They're acquiring higher picks too. Of course, they took Dejon Stribling, so. All right, where do the Browns go here? Do they trade up for Pregnon? Browns absolutely have to take Pregnon here. I mean, if the Browns don't take him, then Houston has to at 59, right? The board is falling so well. Like, the Seahawks have a lot of good options here. EMW to the Browns. Damn it. All right. That is elite value, man. If he fell to 64, damn it. That sucks. I wanted him. We almost had Emmanuel McNeill-Warren. We almost had EMW. All right, Texans on the clock now. Nope. Maybe not. Titans are trading up. Titans are trading up behind to 60. So Titans are trading up to 60. So Titans get 60 and the Bears get 69. We better be able to trade back, dude. Like, there are so many trade backs here. Who does Houston go with here at 59? Marlon Klein? What is going on with the tight ends here, dude? I think I have Marlon Klein down here somewhere. Where is Marlon Klein? Here he is, 182. Wow. All right. Anthony Hill to the Titans here. That's a good pick. That is a good pick. Very high upside guy. He's very young. That is nice. We should be able to trade back here. I mean, with all these moves going on, and like there are a lot of guys on the board. Rams are on the clock now at 61. I can't believe Marlon Klein was the pick. Yep, they're freezing the Seahawks out of trading. That's exactly what's going on here. I don't know where we go here, man. So if we're not taking McCoy, Pregnon, or Dunker, then I want us to trade back here and get another pick. So let's look at who is best available on my board. We got Jermon McCoy, of course, the top guy. Then we got Pregnon here. We got Dunker next. And then after that, it would be Daryl Jackson, Torian York, Chris Bell. Danny Dennis Sutton would also be a great pick here. And then we do have some corners I'd like. Keontae Scott is great. Halsey would be nice. Igbinosun and Keith Abney, two guys I like. Dalen Everett would also be nice. That's kind of it for me. I mean, Kyle Lewis would be fun. Linebacker, nickel hybrid. I put edge because he's just a great blitzer, honestly. But there are a lot of ways you can go here. But Rams are on the clock. This is entertaining here. This is a division rival. This is important. Come on, John. I'm trusting in you. I have faith. I have faith in you, John. Give me a trade. There are four guys. Jermon McCoy, Emmanuel Pregnon, Jennings Dunker, and Denis Dennis Sutton. Or trade back. Like, there are a couple other guys that I'd be happy with. Anthony Hill would have been someone that I would be happy with at 64, but he goes to the Titans. They're at 60, which is too bad, as he's someone I really would have liked. Max Clare to the Rams. What? The Rams took Max Clare? Oh my God. What is going on with the tight ends? What is going on with the tight ends? Dude, Max Clare in the second round here to the Rams. What are they doing? They could have taken Sadiq. They could have taken Sadiq. What? They could have taken Sadiq at 13 and Nussmeier at 61. This is hilarious. What are they doing? What are they doing, man? Max Clare at 61. These tight ends are going way higher than they should. Man. Broncos are on the board, so Seahawks are close up here. Oh man, what is going on in LA? Yeah, Dunker would be nice. Honestly, if we can take Dunker, then we could, or Pregnon, we could probably trade Bradford. And that would be great, because then not only would Dunker and Pregnon give us great value at 64, they would also congruently give us a day 3 pick, because we'd be able to trade Bradford. All right, Broncos are trading back, and the Bills are moving up. Bills are moving up. I wonder who they're moving up for here. I really hope we can trade back here. Um, 66. Whoops. Got to put Denver Broncos here. And then they get pick 66 and pick, I think it was 182. All right. So the Bills move up. Broncos gain the first pick in the 6th round. All right. I like to do this, as we go, because it's just easier. If I wait, then I tend to forget, and then I forget to change the colors and stuff for every team. Who do the Bills trade up for here? Everybody's swiping our trades, man. I don't know if we're going to be able to trade back now. There's so many trades here. Wonder who the Bills trade up for here. Maybe a receiver? Maybe they move up for Chris Bell. That would be a really nice move. He's probably a first-round pick if he doesn't have the injury. I'd imagine Chris Bell is the pick here, or a receiver, just as a receiver in general. But man, you can tell that teams don't really like this draft because like everybody, all of the contending like good playoff contenders are moving back in this draft because they're like we don't like these players. Let's just get more picks and just take depth. Igbinosun to the Bills. Wow. Davison Igbinosun goes to the Bills. That is not who I thought they would trade up for there. All right. Igbinosun off the board. We are next up after this Chargers pick here. Chargers are on the clock now at 63, and then the Seahawks will be on the clock. Yeah, nobody wants to help the Super Bowl champs, man. So the guys I want are still on the board. Pregnon, McCoy, Dunker, and DDS are all on the board. Chargers got to go with Emmanuel Pregnon here. I really think Pregnon and Dunker are just going to be the stick and pick here. But the fact that the Chargers already traded back, I don't know. I mean, they're clearly not super high on Pregnon or Dunker. Imagine we take like Kieron Crawford at 64. I would be so upset. I would be so upset, man. Pregnon is like the most obvious pick here for the Chargers. But if he falls to Seattle, he's got to be the pick. Oh, I'm getting nervous. I'm getting nervous here. Our pick is still sitting there. Doesn't look like it's been traded. Chargers are on the clock here. Pregnon might fall out of the second round, which is absurd here. The medicals have to be really, really bad for him to fall this far. They have to be really, really bad. All right, let's work this here. See if Seahawks are moving at all. As of right now, we have not traded our pick. We have not traded our pick as of yet. Jake Slaughter to the Chargers. Okay. Jake Slaughter to the Chargers. That's not a great pick, in my opinion, with who's on the board. But, I mean, we'll take it. Come on, let's get a trade back here. There are guys here that we could trade back. We are on the clock now, officially. Seahawks are officially on the clock. I'm not seeing a trade. Not seeing a trade. But yeah, it looks like Slaughter to the Chargers. Okay, so it's official now. Slaughter to the Chargers. The Seahawks pick is still there. I'd really like to do a trade back, man. Give us an extra 4th, 5th round pick. That'd be nice. Don't want to do a monster trade back because of who's on the board, but if we're sticking and picking, I'll hammer it at home again. McCoy, Pregnon, Dunker, and Danny Dennis Sutton are my 4 guys. Clearly the medicals are terrible with McCoy. So it's definitely a concern if we take him, but we are on the clock. We are on the clock. Chargers have picked Jake Slaughter. We're on the clock. Come on, let's move back, shall we? I'm scared. Halsey could be interesting. Halsey was a top 30 visit. I wouldn't love it based on who's on the board, but I do have Halsey pretty high on my board. He is in the 50s for me, so I would be high. I would be happy with Halsey. He's here at 53. That would be a nice pick for me. He wouldn't be my favorite because we do have guys on the board that I like a lot better, but that would also be a nice one. Fills a need at safety. All right. Pick is in. Pick is in. Didn't trade it. We did not trade. We submitted that fast. We sent that pick in fast as hell, man. All right, no trade back, which is unfortunate, but there are guys on the board that would be really, really great. Come on. Come on. Of course, we went to commercial break. I'm not watching it, but I feel like they always go to commercial. Bud Clark. Oh my God. We got Bud Clark. He's not who I would have taken here, but that's a great pick. Wow. Wow. Seahawks go with Bud Clark. Wow, I love it. I love it. Okay. It's not my favorite pick there, but I'm very high on him. Wow. Wow. Bud Clark, safety / nickel. I have him here at 66. I'm very high on him. That is a very nice one. I think he's going to be a starting safety. I think he could beat out Ty Okada for a starting safety spot. That's good. Wow, that's really nice. I like that. Would have preferred a trade back for sure. All right. Arizona Cardinals are on the clock now. All right. I'm happy about that. All right. Whew. Oh my God, Carson Beck. Carson Beck to the Cardinals here. Is that serious? Carson Beck here? Let's make sure this is... Oh my God. That's a great pick for Seattle. I'm going to make a video very soon and hope to get that up. But that's great. We filled our safety, our hole at safety. That's tremendous. I really like Bud Clark. He's awesome. So let me make sure I can get this up here. I'm gonna be making a video here and putting this up. So it is Carson Beck officially here for the Cardinals. Wow. That's a terrible pick. That's a terrible pick for the Cardinals. That's terrible. Where's Carson Beck? He is at 166 on my board. Carson Beck there is bad. All right. I love Bud Clark because he can play safety and nickel. Let me see here. Man, Carson Beck to the Cardinals is hilarious. Broncos are going to be on the board here. See who the Broncos go with. They're on the clock. Yeah, I agree, Red-tailed Hawk. Yep. Both safety positions and slot depth. I really like Bud Clark there. He's a really nice, versatile player. Probably will be a starting safety, which is awesome. Let's see here. I'm just trying to get this thumbnail up just before I record the video, just so I can have it all ready and just kind of upload it. as soon as it processes. All right. And I'm going to talk about it a lot more when I make this quick probably around a 5-minute video here. Let's see if we got the Broncos pick yet. I have not seen their pick. Upload here. Broncos go with Tyler Onyadam. Oh my goodness. That's a reach for me. What is going on with Pregnon? Why is he falling? Where do I have Onyadam? I don't think I'm very high on him. Nope, I have him at 254. I'm quite low on him. That's a bad pick, in my opinion. All right. Now the Raiders are on the clock. Let's see if they got their pick in yet. Got to switch over to the third round here. Alright, it is time for me to record this video here. I am just about ready here. This is going to be a quick video just so I can make a video just kind of talking about the pick and then upload that while I keep streaming. So here we go. Alright guys, the Seahawks have done it. Pick 64. We did turn it in. We didn't trade it back. We went with safety / nickel Bud Clark out of TCU. This is a guy I am a lot higher on than most people. I have him at 66 on my board. We get him at 64. Very almost perfect value for me. There were guys that fell that I would have taken over him. Those being 4 guys: Jermod McCoy, Emmanuel Pregnon, Jennings Dunker, and Danny Dennis Sutton. But Bud Clark is still a phenomenal pick, and he is a Mike McDonald guy. He probably will be our starting safety. If not, he is an older prospect, so I think he is pro ready now. I don't know if he's older than Ty Okada. I think he's close. They're close in age. But this guy is always around the football. He's an absolute ball hawk. He's great at reading the quarterback's eyes, breaking on throws, and he's big. He's got great size. He's 6'2", and it allows him to kind of flex in as a big nickel, and he can man up against big tight ends. Very, very versatile piece for Mike's defense, which is great. He is, I don't want to say he's Kyle Hamilton, but he is kind of a Kyle Hamilton light in how he can move around. He's got tremendous closing speed. You look at him triggering downhill, like against the run and jumping routes. He has great closing speed. He is a ball hawk. He will make a lot of very great interceptions. He's a very aggressive player. He's always looking to generate turnovers, which is huge. He can completely flip the game by himself, which is, that is a great aspect to have in a player. If they themselves can completely flip the game and win it for your team, and we're able to get this guy at 64. He's very, very good against the run. His size helps that. But he navigates blocks very well. He delivers huge hits. And he has a very high floor because he is a really, really good special teamer. He's a big impact player day one, even if you can't get him on the field on defense, which we're able to. But he's a big impact player on special teams. He, you can put him on the coverage unit. He's very good at that. Some negatives with his game. He follows the quarterback's eyes maybe a bit too much. There were instances of him being baited a little bit too easy to one side by the quarterback's eyes. He can open his hips prematurely in man coverage, which can allow the receivers to get separation. But honestly, it's not that much of a worry for me because we run mostly a zone scheme, and he's at safety. So we don't need him to go in that big nickel role to play man because we have Eamon Wari. And so really a lot of his negatives are in man coverage, which you will see here. Like he does tend to get grabby at the top of routes. So when he's manning up on bigger tight ends, he can get grabby, which in the NFL that will cause a bit of penalties if that doesn't get cleaned up. But honestly, that and it really his coverage issues are just in man. And that's stuff that can be worked on, and we're mainly a zone scheme. So it's not really an issue. He can get his tackling technique cleaned up a bit. He is 6'2", but he's on the lighter side in terms of weight. I think he could add a bit more weight to his frame, and that'll help him. But he does go low a lot when he does tend to tackle. But overall, he is an okay tackler. I think he can get a lot better, though, because his frame allows it, and it's really just a technique that needs to get cleaned up. But really, really good against the run. He can move all over. He's great in zone coverage, and he is a ball hawk. He's going to generate a lot of turnovers for our team. And overall, I think this is an A-plus pick. Bud Clark is one of the best players that we could have taken there. I am ecstatic with this. He reminds me a lot of Kalen Bullock. And, man, I really love this. He will probably be our second safety. This is great. Our next pick is at 96. We'll see if we trade back or make another selection today. And let me know what you guys thought down below. Later. All right. Now we can go through and see what has happened. So Eagles took Markel Bell at 68. I see that. That's a reach. But, they're going to develop him. So, and then the Raiders took Kieran Crawford. Okay. I'm not a big Kieran Crawford guy, so I'm kind of glad he's off the board. I'm very low on Kieran Crawford. Where is Markel Bell at 184 here for me? He's going to go to the Eagles. I'm glad we didn't have any trades while I was making that video. That would have been too bad. And then we got Kieran Crawford here is at 222. I'm not a big fan of his. I'm lower on him than most other people. So I'm happy that guys are going off the board that I'm not huge on. All right. Yeah, the Eagles don't have Stoutland anymore, so that's definitely weird for them to take Markel Bell that high. But Bears are on the clock here at 69. And let me get this video up here. Right. Let's see where the Bears go here. They did do that little trade back after getting Logan Jones. And then we got the Niners after this at pick 70. We'll see where that one goes. Just put that video up about the Bud Clark pick. And I honestly, there's nobody at 96 that we can get that's as good as Jonathan Grenard. I kind of wish we just traded 96 and a future third for Jonathan Grenard. I mean, that's a great deal. I would have done that in a heartbeat. So I didn't get to talk about it much. Tyler Onyedim for the Broncos. That's a bad pick for me. I have him very, very low. Kieran Crawford, also think that's a bad pick. Carson Beck, that's a bad pick. Markel Bell, I think that's a bad pick. So 4 picks to start the third round that I think are overall not great picks. Sam Roush goes to the Bears here. Roush is so good. He's my tight end too. Roush is really, really good. That's a great pick for the Bears. Man, pairing him up with Colson Loveland and Cole Kmet. Wow. That might be the best tight end room in the NFL, honestly. Roush is really, really good blocking tight end. See where the Niners pick goes. Niners are on the clock here. And actually, give me 1 second. I'm just going to be right back. I'm going to grab myself something to eat because it's been a couple hours I've been streaming. I'll be back in like 30 seconds. Romello Height to the Niners. Oh my God. Romello Height is terrible. Wow. Romello Height is a terrible pick. Wow. Dude, our division rivals forgot how to draft. I seriously think our division rivals forgot how to draft. What? Oh my God. What? Where does McCoy fall, man? Edge is absolutely the next need. Looking at it, like, we've kind of filled our needs. Running back was a need, we filled that. Safety was a semi need, we filled that. Edge and corner, really. Edge and corner, which is why we have 2 picks left. I'd also like to take a right guard, just because Bradford's a free agent next year. So for me, I would want to go like trade back from 96 into day 3, and then pick up another pick, maybe a 5th rounder. Just we're able to grab a corner. I don't want to walk out of this draft with only 4 picks, because corner, I still think we need to address both boundary corner and edge. And those are 2 positions I don't necessarily want to dip into the UDFA pool to do. But honestly, right guard is a position I would go to UDFA for. All right, so because Bud Clark, as much as I love him, unfortunately, he's not a boundary corner. He needs to add weight on his frame for sure, but he's not a boundary guy. He could play safety, he could play deep, he could play in the box, he could play in the nickel, he could not play on the boundary. So I still think that we need to go with a boundary corner, because we don't have a lot of depth there at boundary corner. We have Josh Jobe and Spoon on the outside, but after them we have Nehemiah Pritchett, our 3rd corner. I'd honestly, looking at it, I think I'd rather go with cornerback at 96, because we have very little depth there. And edge, I feel like we're okay, because we have at least for this year, DeMarcus Lawrence, we have Derek Hall, Nwosu, and then we do have kind of a nice room there with Mike Morris as a big edge, Jared Ivey, and so I'm fine doing that. And honestly, I think, Antonio Williams goes to the Commanders here. Antonio Williams to the Commanders. I think there could be a nice boundary corner there at 96 if we're not looking to trade back. But it really seems like we're going to sign Dante Fowler after the draft, and that won't count as a comp pick, and that gives us another edge. So I like that. There aren't any veteran corners that I think we can sign that I'd be happy with. Oh, Julian Neal at 96 would be great. Yeah. I mean, let's take a quick look and see all the corners that are available here on my board. So we got Jermon McCoy, of course. We got Keontae Scott, kind of a nickel guy, but I think he could play boundary. Wouldn't love it. Abney on the boundary, that's a nice option. Chandler Rivers, Dalen Everett, Julian Neal, Takario Davis, Andre Fuller, Hezekiah Masses. I'm a big fan of Zeke Masses. I think he fits the scheme really well. If we wanted to trade back to the 4th and then take Zeke Masses, I would be a big fan of that. So Zeke Masses would be really fun if we're able to grab him. But yeah, Julian Neal, if we can get him, we might even be able to trade back a little bit and get him, which would be great. Bengals pick still isn't in here. We're waiting on it. I'm still bummed we haven't been able to trade back with our first 2 picks. I feel like we could have gotten something. But teams are just trading right ahead of us, so makes it hard to find a candidate. You need 2 to tango, and clearly we're not able to there. Bengals going Pregnon here would be a really nice pick. Who did Pregnon kill to be here in the 3rd? And Dunker. They're both available. In like mock drafts leading up to the cycle, I wasn't picking Dunker at 64 because I was like, this is unrealistic. Now he's in the 3rd round, available. Bengals, I really think Bengals should go with Pregnon. They take Takario Davis. Wow. Takario Davis to the Bengals. All right, Takario Davis goes off the board before Jermon McCoy. It's a decent pick. All right, I'm going to be right back. I just made some food real quick. I'm just going to go grab it. Now let's see. Let's get this Saints pick loaded up here. Saints take Oscar Delp. Wow. Oscar Delp to the Saints. Not Ohio State. He's out of Georgia. What am I doing here? All right. Where's Oscar Delp here for me? I have him at 122. Okay. We have a trade up here. Giants are on the clock. Giants traded up with the Browns. Oh my goodness. Holy shit. That is a haul. So, Giants move up. They must be moving up for someone they really want here. Giants move up. Let's look at these trade details. Is it pick 70, I think? No, pick 74. And then the Browns, they get pick 105, pick 145, and a 2027 fourth round pick. That's absurd. Why can't we find a trade candidate like that? They traded up for Malachi Fields. Okay. Chris Bell is on the board. I guess his medicals didn't test out well. I don't know if I would have traded up for Malachi Fields, but I guess it is a pick. I mean, Browns have so many picks. It's absurd. Browns have 5 fifth-round picks. What the hell? I agree. Seahawks should be able to fill corner and edge with the remaining 2 picks. If that's what we're going to do, I'd probably rather go corner at 188 because I think we can get better value there with a corner than with an edge. So Dolphins are on the clock now. They jumped the Giants jumped the Dolphins to get Malachi Fields. Let's see where the Dolphins go here. I made myself some Dino Nuggets because who doesn't love Dino Nuggets? Ooh. Bud Clark says he patterns his game after Cam Chancellor. He says he's always brought the pop. I feel like he was the hammer, not the nail. That's what I try to do. Oh my God. Oh my God. That is beautiful. Ooh, Naylor with a homer. Mariners are up. 3-2. Raiders should give us a trade down, please. Ooh, Caleb Douglas? What? That's a reach. Oh my goodness, that is a big reach, I think. Caleb Douglas to the Dolphins here. Ooh, that's a big reach. Yep, 358 on my board. Yep, that's not a good one. That's not a good one. So he's 358 on my board. He goes at 75. All right. Steelers are up. I mean, I get it. Like, Dolphins need a receiver, but that is not the way to go. Not the way to go. Like, Chris Bell is on the board. Zachariah Branch is on the board. Who else you got? Chris Brazzell is on the board. Elijah Surratt on the board. Oh, I don't get that. Bryce Lance even. Deion Burks. I put Miami Dolphins here. What am I doing? Steelers are on the clock. Caleb Douglas is like, everyone thought he was like a mid to late day 3 pick or later. Drew Aller to the Steelers. Here we go. QB4 is off the board. QB4 is off the board in Drew Aller. Wow. Drew Aller goes here. I think I have him low here. Where is Drew Aller? He can't be this low, is he? No. He's got to be higher. I see Nussmeier here. I see Ty Simpson here. Nuss. Then we got Cade Klubnik. And then we've got Cole Payton. Drew Aller is here. Okay, 135. I just completely glossed over him. I mean, I'm staring at the screen like all day, and I feel like I get tunnel vision. I'm not able to. I just overlooks a lot of things. Trade. All right. Packers are moving up. So Packers move from 84 and they give up pick 160. Okay. So Packers don't. I mean, Packers have only made one pick, right? What is going on here? Yo, let me expand this. What are we doing? Oh, I'm pressing the wrong thing. That's why. All right. So Packers move up. Packers got Cisse, so I mean they've already had great draft. I wonder who they trade up for here. Imagine they get Cisse and Jermon McCoy. That'd be insane. All right. What do the Packers go for here? I mean, they're jumping the Colts. Caleb Douglas at 75 really is a Packers pick. It makes sense. So they got John Eric Sullivan and Hafley there. They do. They do like to double dip. So the pick is in already. It's Chris McClellan. Oh my God. Defensive tackle out of Missouri. That's absurd. Chris McClellan. I feel like this draft is like, this is the most crazy day two I think I've ever seen. Because like, there are so many guys getting picked that I did not think would get picked here. And that just goes to show, like, what this draft is about here. Because we got... He's a nose tackle. But, like... The fact that there are guys that I have in my 200s and 300s going in day two, early to mid day two, it just goes to show that, like, this is not a consensus draft here. This is, every team is going to have their guys. They're going to have their own rankings. This one's different. This is a thin draft, so players are going to slide in and out. All right, Colts are on the clock. Colts are on the clock at 78. Danny Dennis Sutton is still on the board. McCoy, Pregnon, Dunker, and Danny Dennis Sutton are all still available. So. I don't know what's going on here. I don't know why those four are falling. I guess Danny Dennis Sutton, like, I have him a lot higher than than most. I have him at 46. Um, AJ Halsey to the Colts. Okay. That's a really good pick. It's a really good pick for the Colts here. We go with AJ Halsey, my 53rd player, and they get him in the third round. I like that pick for them. All right, so Falcons are on the board here. Man, I'm so pumped. I'm so pumped for the Bud Clark pick, man. The Jadarian Price pick was it was kind of underwhelming. It wasn't bad, but it was underwhelming. Bud Clark, I'm hyped for that. I feel like a lot of other Seahawks fans are going to be underwhelmed with that one as well. A lot of people had Bud Clark as like a late day 2, early day 3 guy, but not me. I had him right at that value. And it's awesome to see that my evaluation fell right in line with the Seahawks. Like, that's great. That's really, really cool. All right. Let's see where Atlanta goes here. A wide receiver is a big possibility here. Zachariah Branch. Zachariah Branch to the Falcons. Okay. He goes off the board. He goes to the Falcons. Where's Branch for me? I have him here at 107. Pure slot receiver. You can see for receiver, I put wide receiver or slot receiver. I think if I think they're a pure slot and they can't play outside, I put slot receiver on them. Ravens on the clock now at 80. The draft is falling very, very nicely for Seattle. Like, we could get someone really good at 96 with how this is falling. I mean, we might be able to get Sutton at 96. Or, like, I mean, if Dunker falls to 96. Wow. I gotta put DT/edge here for Caleb Proctor because he can do both. I'd imagine this is going to be a Ravens best player available, just like home run pick. I feel like this is what they always do here. We get to, late day 2, day 3, and the Ravens just knock the draft out of the park. Of course, Harbaugh isn't there anymore, but let's see where they go. Maybe Pregnon is like getting arrested for murdering Jermon McCoy. That would explain why both of them are still available here. right, Ravens. What have the Ravens done so far? They've had a good draft. They took Ioane, right? They took Ioane. Was that their only pick? I think it might have been. They took Ioane. Oh no, they took Zion Young. Wow, they've had a good draft. They've had a really good draft. Wonder what they go here, where they go here at 80. I mean, they could walk out of this pick, and I could be viewing them as the new winners of the draft. Because, I mean, for them, I guess the Browns could be contenders because they got Fano, Concepcion, Boston, and Warren. But really, I think the Texans are still it. I mean, Texans got Keelan Rutledge and Caden McDonald. The Marlon Klein pick was a bit of a head scratcher for me, but the first two picks were home run picks. Ravens go with Jacoby Lane. All right. Jacoby Lane to Baltimore. Whoops. Are we going to see a bit of a run on receivers here? All right, now we got the Jaguars up at pick 81. Anyone left that is worthy of a trade up using 2027 capital? I mean, I would say Jermon McCoy, but clearly he can't walk. Like he must be in a wheelchair right now if he's still available with how he played. Like his tape is absolutely worth a first round pick even with injury concerns. So the injuries have to be very, very scary. So honestly, at this point, with how far he's fallen, I don't know if I'd trade up for him because teams are clearly scared off. So I don't think I'd trade up for him. I would trade up for Pregnon or Dunker, though, and I would do a slight trade up for Dennis Sutton. Like, I would give up here, if we're able to move up, I would give up a future fourth to move up to 81 and take Pregnon, Dunker, or Sutton. And I wouldn't bat an eye at that. Because it does look like we're going to get a fourth round comp pick as well. I don't know what's going on with Pregnon. That's very strange. I get the McCoy thing because of the injuries, but Pregnon, I'm confused. And Dunker, I guess, Dunker, it was expected if he fell to like the late second, but mid third round is very, very confusing to me. So I would send that future fourth round pick. It'll probably be in the 120s, honestly, and we get a fourth round comp pick. So we send that, and we get a pick in the 130s anyway. So I'm totally fine with that. We're able to move up and get someone that's going to impact us year one with Dennis Sutton or Pregnon or Dunker. And there are some other guys as well that I would consider trading up for. Keith Abney is still available. I do a mini trade up for him. I think looking at this, like Jermon McCoy, I would do a little trade up, but I don't know. It's definitely scary with him. Keontae Scott is interesting, but he's kind of a pure nickel, so I wouldn't go that route again. Yeah, I don't know if there's anyone that I'm trading up for now. Maybe Dalen Everett, because I do view him as an early third round pick. So I do a mini trade up for him if we need to. Albert Regis to the Jaguars. Okay. All right. Albert Regis. So two Texas A&M defensive tackles go in the third round here. I mean, Albert Regis is the better one, I'd say. But still not worthy of a day 2 pick, in my opinion. So that's a bit of a reach. I still hope we throw in maybe Olu or Christian Haynes to be able to move up, or move up, or just get another pick just so we have another one. Because I mean, it does suck to do like months of this draft process, and like I've studied over 1,000 prospects just for the team to only have 4 picks. It's kind of disappointing. But it's still fun to do. I still like scouting players. It would just be, I'd like it a lot more if my team had more picks, really. And that's why next year is going to be so much more fun than this year, because next year we're slated to get 12 picks in next year's draft, and next year's draft is going to be 10 times better than this one. Dunker to the Vikings. I feel like that would be a nice one. Maybe Kilgore, because they haven't gone with safety, I don't think. The pick is in for the Vikings, so the Panthers are on the clock. So we're waiting to see who the Vikings chose. I know. Next year is going to be draft heaven. It's a much better class, so it'll be a lot nicer on my eyes getting to watch those players, and we'll have 3 times more picks. So it'll be really, really fun. I'm really excited for next year's draft. But we still have a full 4.5 rounds left of this one. And anything could happen. It's possible maybe we move back from 96 and get 3 extra picks. Who knows? Maybe we move back once, get an extra pick, and trade Haynes and Tyrese Knight. It's possible we could get, 6 day 3 picks. We're so early into this draft. Wonder where Minnesota goes here. The pick is in. I don't have it yet. If I'm the Panthers, I'm going Chris Brazzell, personally, at 83. Or Chris Bell. Chris Brazzell or Chris Bell. Either of them. But clearly Chris Bell has some injury things, some bigger injury concerns than I thought, because he is still available here. I thought he would have been a first-round pick without the injury. So the injury might be scaring teams away. I mean, Vikings could be the third team to take running back as well. They could go with Mike Washington. It would hurt if Jonah Coleman or Katron Allen or Nick Singleton somehow falls to our pick in the 6th round, and then it would be like, are we serious? We could have just not taken Jadarian Price, and we would have been able to get one of these guys late, but that hasn't happened, so I shouldn't waste my time thinking about it, but it's just a hypothetical I just thought of. That would be tragic. Dominique Orange Big Citrus to Minnesota. Big Citrus. That's not a great pick, in my opinion. He really kind of fell off. But we'll do it. Where is Big Citrus here on my board? Actually, I think I have him decently high. Yeah, he's at 96 here. He goes to the Vikings. All right, Panthers on the board. So yeah, I'd take a receiver here if I'm Carolina. I appreciate you staying in here. Pretty much the whole stream, Red-tailed Hawk. It means a lot. I appreciate your support. You've been supporting me for a while now. It means a lot. I appreciate you. The pick is in, so no trade for the Panthers here. I'd go with Chris Brazzell or Chris Bell. One of those two picks. Brazzell is probably a better scheme fit for them, so that's where I'd go. But I do have Bell higher on my board. It's Chris Brazzell. Wow. It is Chris Brazzell. Wow, so I called it. Yeah, I did call it. That's a good pick. I really like Chris Brazzell. I think he's a second-round player. That's a very, very good pick for Carolina. All right, we got Tampa Bay on the board. They moved back with Green Bay, and let's see what they're able to take here. I mean, Seahawks are coming up quick. We're already at 84. Seahawks are up in 12 picks. Less than 4 minutes on the clock here for Tampa Bay. The ESPN is actually like kind of ahead of where I'm at. So I'm just defaulting to ESPN now. But I'm still scouring Twitter or X to try to find picks as soon as possible. Man, I really don't get how Pregnon and Dunker have fallen this far. I mean, Bucks might just take the shot on Jermon McCoy here at 84. I certainly would. I mean, man, his injury, I don't even understand how it could be that bad. I really don't understand how it could be this bad. Pick is in for Tampa Bay. All right. ESPN has Xavier Harris in their second round. That's absurd. He's not that good. Come on. He's got tremendous size. I get it, but he's a 6'8" nose tackle. He can't get any leverage. Um, Kyle Lewis would be fun. He's kind of like a linebacker nickel hybrid, and he's a really, really fun blitzer. So I like him. That's a possibility. Man. Yeah, Twitter has fallen behind here. Unfortunately. ESPN is kind of like right in line with where what I'm finding on X. It looks like the both the NFL and ESPN broadcasts are going to commercial every time the Bucks pick, which is hilarious. Wow. Browns are on the clock here at 86. I wonder who they moved up with. Or what the details are. Oh my god. What? Wait a minute. What? Okay. So they gave up 105, which they just got. They gave up 145, which they also just got. And they gave up 206. What was the other trade they did here? They got the future fourth. Okay, so it's not... Alright. So, Cleveland gets pick 86. And Chargers get 105. 145 and pick, was it 206, I believe? Yes. All right. Let's see what the Buccaneers did. Please, give me this pick. Bucs win with Ted Hurst. All right, wide receiver, Georgia State. That's a good pick. So let's change the Browns colors here. I mean, Browns have so many picks, they could kind of just trade whatever and it's fine, you know? It's whatever. But Chargers are gathering a good slew of picks here, which is fun. I'd love for Seattle to be doing that, you know? It looks so fun. Browns took Austin Barber. We still don't have the Steelers pick. What? All right. So Austin Barber is the pick here for the Browns, but we still don't have the Steelers pick. All right. This draft is all over the place, man. This draft is all over the place. I don't get trading up for Barber there. That doesn't make much sense. I think that's a terrible trade up. Let's see who the Steelers took. I don't have the Steelers pick. We have the Browns pick, but we don't have the Steelers pick yet. What? Dalen Everett. Dalen Everett. Dalen Everett to Pittsburgh. All right, that's a really good pick. All right, Dolphins are on the clock here. I mean, yeah, at this point, Dunker is intriguing. I think he's an upgrade over Bradford. I think he'd start year one. Yeah, and honestly, do you keep Bradford as the backup, or do you trade Bradford and roll with, I guess, Haynes? We don't really have a true right guard other than Bradford on the roster, so that makes it tough with trading Bradford. Unless we take another kind of swing guy in day 3, which I wouldn't be too mad at. Matt Golden is one of the guys I really like. He's played center. He's played a full season at center, left guard, and right guard. So he's a true swing interior offensive lineman. I really like him. Pick is in for the Dolphins. We don't know where it is because my fucking Twitter is deciding to crash. So we're very close to Seattle's pick here. Less than 10 away. Dolphins take Will Kachmarek. All right. Will Kachmarek to the Finns. All right, that's a pick for sure. I actually like Kachmarek, but like not in this range. I like him as a day 3 guy potentially. What am I doing? Strike through and put Dolphins. I'm getting thrown off because Twitter decided to crash on me, and I had to keep trying to refresh it. All right, so now we got Jaguars on the clock here. Pick is in for the Jaguars. It might be Pregnon. It might be Pregnon here to the Jags. Yep. So Pregnon to the Jags at 88. I don't know how he fell so far. Wow. I don't get how he fell that far, but that is a tremendous pick for the Jaguars. Chicago Bears on the board. Bears are on the clock at 89. But Pregnon isn't going to the 49ers, so that is a plus. 49ers are up in after this Bears pick. So it's very nice that the Niners aren't going to be able to get him. All right. I feel like Caleb Tiernan would be a nice pick to the Bears here. And Pregnon was so close to falling to us at 96, eh? Bears are on the clock for the last time tonight. Come on. And then it's Niners. Niners are fun here. Niners are fun. They've had a terrible draft so far, so... Danny Dennis Sutton is very close to falling to 96. Same with Dunker. Those two would be my pick. They went with Xavion Thomas, wide receiver at LSU. Oh, my God. Oh, man. Xavion Thomas, he's at 336 on my board. Wow. Lots and lots of reaches here. Chris Bell is available. I don't get this. All right. 49ers available. Or 49ers on the board. Man, they drafted Romello Height. That's so funny. So Niners have gotten Romello Height here. They've got Dejon Stribling. I think that's it. Those are their two picks. Two horrendous picks for the Niners. And they're on the board again here. Niners are on the clock. I wonder if Niners go with Dunker maybe. We're almost done with day 2 here. We got 10 more picks and we are done. Pick is in for San Fran. They're not trading back for a 17th time. Kalen Black. I love Kalen Black. That is a reach. That just sucks because I really, really love Kalen Black. I have him higher than I think everybody in the world. I have him here at 106. That's a really good pick. He's a really good pass catcher and pass protector. That's very appropriate value on my board. Just 16 picks higher than I have him. All right, we're closing in here. Raiders are on the clock now at 91. Man, that sucks. I mean, I gotta root against Kalen Black now. That sucks. He's one of my favorite guys in this draft, so that's too bad. Joshua Joseph. I'm not big on Joshua Joseph. He's kind of like, for me, he's like a pure pass rusher. He's a DPR, a designated pass rusher. He can't really do much against the run, which like kind of goes against what I think McDonald needs for this defense. And he's very light, only at 240. So there are edges that I would take there over him. Like Danny Dennis Sutton, for sure. Jayshon Barham, I would take. I would take Mikhail Kamara. I would take LT Overton because he's someone you could slide inside and play a 3-tech a little bit. But Danny Dennis Sutton is really the top guy. Joshua Josephs is someone I wouldn't take until like the late 3rd. Just because he is kind of a pure pass rusher. He can't do anything against the run, and that's scary. That's scary for this defense. All right. Raiders are on the clock here. I mean, Elijah Surratt is here. Do the Raiders go there? I feel like Xavier Harris could be the move. Jennings Dunker could be as well. Maybe Mike Washington Jr. Lots of picks the Raiders could make here. How great would it be if we see a little run on running backs before our pick? That would be nice. Take us in for Vegas. I really wonder if we're going to be able to have a trade back candidate. The trades have really died down, which it can be good. Nobody has traded up in a while. I mean, we had Browns trading up, Packers, Giants, but it's been a bit since we've had a trade up. Trey Zune. Wow. Trey Zune goes to the Raiders. That's a good pick, I think. He could play anywhere on the interior. Trey Zune is really nice. And he's a developmental guy. I don't think he starts year one, but very good development guy. All right, Cowboys are on the clock now. Jayshon Barham to the Cowboys. All right. That's a good pick. That's someone I wouldn't have minded at 96. But Danny Dennis Sutton is available, so he's someone I'd prefer. '93 Rams are on the board. I feel like Jayshon Barham is someone the Rams would have considered there. He seems like a Rams pick. Definitely seems like a Rams type of player. I know Trey Zune goes before Dunker. I don't know what's going on with Dunker here. They really don't like him. Rams are on the clock here. Yeah, man, Cowboys are doing decent. I think they double dipped at edge with Malachi Lawrence and Jayshon Barham. I think that's fun. Double dipping at edge. I mean, you got to replace Micah Parsons, so you're gonna grab two guys to try to do that. The new Rams logo that's all blue just looks absolutely terrible, man. It looks absolutely terrible. It looks like a high school logo, you know? Looks really bad. Oh my God. The Rams took Keegan Trost. What is going on, dude? What is going on, dude? Our division rivals forgot how to pick. Wow. Keegan Trost. He's at 309 on my board. He's kind of a swing tackle. They take him in the 3rd round. How does Trost go over Dunker, man? I don't get this. Keegan Trost goes in the 3rd round. What is going on with this draft, man? All right, Dolphins are on the clock here at 94. The board has fallen really well, you know? We don't have to trade up for anything. We can trade back. Really hoping we trade back here. Would love to be able to trade back. That'll make day 3 a lot more fun if we actually have picks other than 188, you know? That'll make it a lot more entertaining. Chris Bell to the Dolphins. Oh, that's awesome. That's great. Whoops. Didn't mean to do that. Chris Bell is tremendous value there for the Dolphins. Oh, trade back. Seahawks have traded back. Okay, Seahawks have traded back a bit, but we're still picking in here. All right, there we go. So Seahawks trade back from 96 to 99, and we pick up pick 216. Okay. Seahawks move back a little bit. We pick up a 6th round pick, a late 6th round pick. That means we really must not like who's on the board. That's nice. That's nice. Even that one extra pick, it makes day 3 a lot more fun knowing that we have 2 picks here. That's nice. I'm very happy with that trade. And that is a compensatory pick there, so all right. Let's select the Steelers. Let's get their colors in it. And let's go with the Seahawks. Man, a double trade back would be awesome. I don't know if we can do a double trade back, but that would be very nice. I'd be very happy with that. So that's fun. That's fun. We got a little trade back here. All right. So who did the Patriots take here? I'm wondering. They took Eli Raridon at 95. Okay. Raridon, where is he on my board? Yep, 235. Lots of reaches here, man. On these tight ends. Tight ends are being reached on heavily. Eli Raridon's fun. I'd love a double trade back. Would love a double trade back, but overall, I'm happy with this. I'm very happy with this. So the Steelers are now on the clock at 96. The Steelers take Jennings Dunker. That sucks. We move back, and the Steelers get Jennings Dunker. Okay, that one hurts. That one really hurts. That sucks. It's DDS or trade back for me. It's Dennis Sutton or we do a trade back. Man, that's rough. All right, Vikings are on the clock now at 97. Hopefully we can get more. I'd love to trade back again. I want a Dunker as well. So it's Danny Dennis Sutton here for me, or a trade back again. Just get us out of this pick. Honestly, if Dennis Sutton goes to the Vikings with these two picks, then just get us out of 99. Because, like, who else would we want here? I guess we could go with a corner. Keith Abney would be nice. But Sutton is kind of the guy. Otherwise, I think we could trade back a couple spots, pick up another pick. Maybe Connor Lew. Forgot to strike off Dalen Everett there. Went to the Steelers. Sam Hesh could be fun. Sam Hesh could be fun if we wanted to go that route. All right. That it really kind of takes the air out of this pick now, knowing that Dunker's not there. I feel like running back here and safety is probably the pick for the Vikings. So I really think Danny Dennis Sutton would be here. Curious. Who had a 30 visit that's still on the board and worthy of 99? Let's see. Let's do a quick Google search. We got Kilgore, but he doesn't really fit. There's some running backs here that don't work. Andre Fuller might be a bit high for him. But I do like him in the 4th round if we wanted to trade back again. Keyshawn James Newby, you did mention him. That's it. Iowa guard Bo Stevens. So that's someone, if we wanted to do a little move back, we could grab. And Brandon Cleveland as well. He's a late day 3 nose tackle. So really nobody here that I think is worth 99. Nobody. Unless we wanted to do a trade back. Vikings pick is in at 97. Don't know who it is yet. I think we need to trade back again, if possible. Like, for me, it's Dennis Sutton or, like, I don't want to take McCoy here at this point because it's clear that he might never play football again with how he's fallen. Like, I don't want to risk that. I'd rather take him with the day 3 pick at this point because clearly he may never play football again. Still don't have the Vikings pick. It's been so long for this Vikings pick. My lord. Why can we not get this Vikings pick? Yeah. I think if we were willing to move back 3 spots and for that little as well. Whoops. I just kicked my desk. If we were willing to move back for that little, then like I really don't think we were gonna take Dunker. It seems like he wasn't on our board. Okay, Caleb Tiernan to the Vikings. Okay, that's a really good pick. I have him quite high. I have him here at 57 on my boards. That's a really nice pick for Minnesota, I think. But yeah, I would have loved Dunker there. I would have taken him at 64, but yeah, just clearly we did not value him. Now at 98, and then Seahawks are up after that at 99. I'm hoping for a trade back or Dennis Sutton, but this might be a pick here. We might have a pick. Pick is in. Pick 98 is in. So that means Seahawks are officially on the clock. We are on the clock because their pick 98 is in. They take Jacoby Thomas. Okay. I really, really like Jacoby Thomas. That is not a reach on my board. He's a really, really good player. I have him at 101 here. You can see that's a really good player. I'm glad there's an NFL team that's as high on him as I am. All right. Let's see where the Seahawks go here. Seahawks are on the board. Do we trade? We're on the clock. Danny Dennis Sutton or trade? That's it for me. The pick is in. No trade. That was fast. The pick is in for Seattle. We're selecting somebody here. Okay, we're selecting somebody here. All right, pick is in. Devin Moore. I'm not big on him, just because like so many injuries, just so many nagging injuries that I'm just not. He's a decent Julian Neal. Okay, nice. You called it, dude. You called it, dude. We got Julian Neal. That is a great pick. You called it. You said it earlier up here. You said, what about Julian Neal at 96? And we get him at 99. Wow. That's a great pick. All right. All right. Nope, not at 96. Here at pick 99. Wow. Wow. What a great secondary here. Wow. Julian Neal, cornerback, Arkansas. I have him here at 104. This is a really, really good fit. He's a great fit for a man. Our DB room is kind of insane. He's a tremendous scheme fit, and I love that we double dipped in the secondary. I love that we double dipped in the secondary, man. That is great. Yeah, this is awesome. I'm a big fan. Bud Clark and Julian Neal. Whew. And then we got 2 picks in the next round. Like, honestly, we don't have to do any more trade backs or anything. We can get. I'd be happy if we can find an edge that we like. Maybe someone falls, but if we could find an edge, then like at 188, that's decent value. Like maybe Nadeem Tucker falls. He hasn't been selected yet. Maybe Joshua Josephs falls. That would be a spot I'd take him. Max Llewellyn would be nice there. Mason Rager. But there are some edges that I would like. I would like at that pick. That I would jump all over. Mikhail Kamara, maybe he falls there. And then 216, if we go, maybe we can go right guard. Maybe we can go running back again, or double dip at corner. Like, we have freedom now having that extra 6th-round pick. So let's go. I'm going to wait for this final pick here, and then we're going to record that video. Jaguars are picking here. Let's see where the Jaguars go. Jaguars go with Jalen Husky. Okay. Jalen Husky, the Maryland guy. He's kind of like safety, nickel hybrid. Where do I have Husky here? I'm at 216. All right. I think we got tremendous value here, and that is the end of day 2. Wow. I'm very, very happy with that. Yeah, plus we probably will sign Fowler on Monday, so edge isn't a huge need. We can kind of just go BPA if we wanted to, and that would work. All right, let's do this video here on Mr. Julian Neal, who I'm very high on. All right, here we go. All right, guys, we got Julian Neal at pick 99 to start. We did do a little trade back with the Steelers, moved from 96 to 99, and acquired picks 216. So now we do have 2 picks tomorrow on day 3. We have 188 and 216. That's very exciting. That allows us to not necessarily draft for need at 188. We could kind of just see how the board falls, and it makes day 3 a lot more fun. We've doubled our picks on that day. And we took at 99 cornerback Julian Neal out of Arkansas. This is a tremendous pick. I love Julian Neal. And he's a very raw player. So he is very much a developmental player. I don't know how much he's going to play year 1, but we don't need him to. We have Josh Jobe and Spoon on the outside. He can be our 3rd or even our 4th corner, and we don't need him to be anything more. But coming in, what we get day 1, we get a proficient man cover corner on the boundary. He has tremendous size and length that he uses to reroute his receivers and disrupt timing. He's very comfortable with both soft and hard presses. He's very, very physical. He stays physical throughout all phases. Big contributor in the run and screen game, which you can really see that part of the game reflected in how we've picked today, because we've taken Bud Clark, a very, very good player against the run and someone that generates turnovers, and then we get Julian Neal, someone that's very, very good against the run and generates turnovers and can disrupt the screen game. He attacks blocks well on the perimeter. He can maintain outside leverage to drive ball carriers inside. He's a fierce, intimidating tackler. He has, for his size, he has very, very loose hips, which gives him the ability to kind of turn and run with receivers at every level, which is something you really, really need, especially in this division when we're going to be facing some pretty speedy guys, especially with the guys that the Niners are looking to get. And he has, with his size, it's all about his size. He has tremendous ability to impact at the catch point. His length, timing, and quickness, they all jump off of the tape. He has great ball skills, great tracking ability. He is a serious threat at the catch point. And that's what you're getting from him day 1. And here are the things that I think he can improve on. His instincts and route recognition, still developing. They're not going to stay at this level always. He is a developmental player. He's raw. So that can be developed. He can get better at that. He is late to pass off routes and take underneath routes in zone. And his eye discipline is somewhat lacking. And so for this zone scheme fit, I think that's something that he is going to be drilled into him, which is why this is such a great fit, because he is already so refined as a man corner, and his zone issues really aren't that big of a deal. I don't think they're not anything that can be coached out of him. He does struggle to decelerate and kind of change direction at high speeds. And he does have some inconsistencies in press. Sometimes he uses the wrong hand, or he doesn't time the jam right. So I think he just kind of needs to stop locking his hips, because that can give receivers an easier release on him. But I don't think we'll use him in man a ton, and he won't need to play a lot year 1. So this is a tremendous player, tremendous pick here at 96 in my opinion. We get someone that comes in as our corner 3. We don't need him to play, but I think next year he will be ready to take that next step, and I think he could start for us. This is a guy that has tremendous upside, and this is a really, really good pick. That is it. Day 2 is over. We have 2 more picks tomorrow, as I said, 188 and 216. So I will be streaming all day tomorrow. Tune into that if you're interested. And I will also be making videos on whatever players we pick. Hopefully 2, maybe more. But let me know what you guys think about this pick down below. And yeah, I love it. I love it. All right. Wow. So this is a tremendous pick. See you, Red-tailed Hawk. I appreciate you staying in here all day. I will be streaming tomorrow if you're interested. I will be streaming tomorrow, so it starts at 12 Eastern, noon Eastern. But yeah, I'll be doing it all day, and even after the draft ends, I'll be doing UDFA signings. I'll be covering that for mainly the Seahawks, but for a lot of teams. So tune into that. I appreciate you staying in here all day. It means a lot. You've been a huge supporter of mine, so I appreciate it, Red-tailed Hawk. And yeah, hopefully I'll see you tomorrow. Good night.